Hello, everyone. Happy Sunday. I'm going to start up the game here. We can have a look at the lovely title screen. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. It's very hot here. I've got a fan on, and I can actually have it pointed at me now instead of the computer, which is a big improvement. So I'll wait till we get a little closer to 2 local to actually start, but we can hang out for a bit. They've still got their patch notes over on the side here. Can I make this go away? Oh, no, that just brings up a browser window. Never mind. Don't need to go through all of that. The efficiency of these mines is just unreal. We haven't actually found a lizard doggo in this game world yet. I think they tend to live in greener places than we've been in. Let me know how my sound levels are. I think the music is a bit loud at the moment. Every time I see that drone go by, I look forward to actually adding drones to our factory, because they are just so cool. But we won't be there for a while. You need to be able to make batteries before you can have drones, and in order to make batteries, you gotta be dealing with sulfur and aluminum and all kinds of liquids, and it's a big deal. Alright, well, let's load up and have a little tour of what we have done so far. Before we get started, and actually, let me take a moment to arrange my mic cable. There we go. Alright, so here we are. I am sitting on a lookout tower. We've got a conveyor belt clipping through the ground. That's fine. There's our space elevator, rising up high into the sky. And we've got smart plating on its way over there. Very gradually ticking up to complete phase 2. We have basic steel production as our next milestone. And that will include making iron frames, which we are not currently manufacturing yet, so that's something that we need to set up. We have got... let's see, we've got our biomass stuff down there, and I seem to have put in enough leaves that is currently making more fuel. That won't last for very long. We've got our concrete over there. That's just making a giant surplus for us. We're not really using our awesome sink at the moment because it requires a lot of power, so that's just kind of sitting there. We've got our iron production line that is churning out screws and plates and bars. And over here we've got copper, making wire, making cable. That's not really going anywhere. We're just storing it up for all the things that we need it for. Yes, the plates just go right through the sand. We can fix that if we like. Maybe that can be the first thing that we tidy up before doing anything else. So that's our factory so far. However, we've just unlocked coal power. So the first thing I want to do is set that up. Because once we set that up, we do not need to obsessively collect leaves and wood and dump them into this anymore. So that will really make it possible for us to scale up things and not have to worry about just manually feeding everything that we're doing. So yeah, let's go ahead and neaten this up a bit. We can put a conveyor pole on the top of this ridge. Let's just line it up nicely. Okay, and take this away. And now we can attach conveyor belt here. And then here. And now it's going over the sand instead of through. There's our smart plating. In it goes. Our freighter's back. Not that that matters at the moment. And then this gets lifted up and put into the space elevator. So that's all going well. We've got our barrel nuts here. We can harvest. We've got beautiful scenery that's got some interesting resources up there, but we can't really use them yet. Making tons of cable. Tons of wire. Let's drop off a few things in the hub before we really get into things. And the hub is kind of wedged underneath our expanding factory, so we may want to move that at some point. In fact, we will almost definitely want to move that at some point. Power shard, let's keep those on us. The bacon agaric, I haven't done... There's more stuff that we can do with that later. The Mercer sphere, we've already researched that once. We don't really need any iron ore. If the hog remains, we can do something with. I think we can turn that into hog protein. Used for medical purposes and to research alien organisms. Is there anything that the ma'am wants that for? Alien DNA capsule. We can't do anything with this until we perform research on hatchers and stingers. Oh, the protein inhaler, we'd need to research that first, so there's not much we can do with it. Not at the moment. Alien technology, we need other stuff first. Caterium... We do have some Caterium. We could just smelt it and work on this. Stun rebar. Oh. Okay. We have a yellow power slug, but we need more rotors for that. And let me go see if we have enough rotors to just dump into them. screws would be off this way somewhere. Those are screws. Yeah, okay. Might as well knock this out of the way. Nope, no, that's iron ore. Don't need it. Power slugs.
Research completed. Yellow power slugs are further into their life cycle than blue power slugs, and thus have more potential energy stored. They can now be processed into power shards.
We also have the material for slug scanning.
Power slugs extract latent energy from their surroundings to sustain themselves. By tuning the object scanner to the particular potential energy signature, it is now able to locate them against the background environmental static.
Hello, Reliable Battles. How's it going? Oh, silica. We can research that with the quartz that we have.
Research completed. Silica recipe unlocked. New quartz research available.
And you know what? Blade runners would actually be really nice. We'd need 50 silica for that, though. Alright. Well then. Let us see if I stashed any sulfur up here. Knock that out of the way. Is this enough? Because I do have some coal on me. Not quite, but maybe we'll find some while we're out. Okay, well, let's see. Power. Let us bring with us enough stuff for a coal-powered generator and a water extractor. Let's add another coal-powered generator and a bunch more iron plates and some concrete. You know, just the basic stuff that we'd need to build any old thing. Don't need to carry this iron ore with us or these other things. We'll bring the screws, sure. And we'll bring the coal with us as well. Because we can dump that into the coal plant as soon as it starts working. Oh, copper sheets. All right, that's a new thing that we need to build. That would require a constructor, I'm sure, and we need to go over to our copper area for that. Isn't there some way I can slide? That's iron. Copper's over there. Okay, so for making copper sheets, we need some copper to not go into here. This is a merger, I think. Yes, so we need to get rid of this. Let's replace it with a splitter. I wonder if it will connect nicely once I put it in. Not if I turn it that way. Let's stand on top of the thing. It's a lot easier that way. There, now we can actually see which way everything is going. It still does not want to connect, so we'll just reconnect these properly. There we go, and you can have these ingots, because I sure don't need to be carrying them. And over here, that's something else. Give ourselves a little more space to work with. I think I want to. You know, I'm gonna put my copper sheeting on the other side. Let's put this here. Missing reinforced iron plates. Fine, fine. We'll go get them. This is our biofuel. Nothing is labeled. Reinforced iron plates. Beautiful. Ooh, we're gonna need a lot more for that water extractor. Okay, constructor. What in this surface is 200? There you go. Give you a little space. I'm not going to care that this is clipping, but you know what? I will put a splitter here. Nice thing about splitters and mergers is they're just a convenient way to make tight corners. Okay, you can make copper sheets. And we shall connect you to power. We'll run the power line here. And there you go. And let's build a storage box. Well, container. It's not a storage box, it's a container. Boxes are the little ones that we can just put around. We'll just put you here for now, and copper can go in there. We need 20 copper sheets in order to build our water extractor. But it's no good just sitting here and waiting. So let's do some more research while we just give that some time to work. Because there was... Yes, we could, for example, set up something to process the quartz that we do have. Like, suppose we just put a stray smelter here. That just makes ingots. So suppose we put a stray constructor here. Okay, we can make silica from here. Which means... we want silica for blade runners. So you can make silica. This is an absolutely silly place to put it, but it won't stay here forever. And any quartz we find, we'll just chuck in here for now. And you can connect to literally anything. There you go. Just work on it. We'll come back to you later. So let's do another leaf gathering run while things are working. Not too long of one. We don't want to spend too much time doing this anymore, as a rule. Is there another way I can get up this way? Maybe another step around here. There's some more Caterium. Which we can also use for stuff. Sure, let's... This is just a rock by itself. We can make use of it. There we go. I feel like I must have come this way recently. Got a slug up there, but it's a bit guarded. More healing items. That's still regrowing. Yeah, I feel like we must have just done one of these recently. Oh, hello, hog. What are you even guarding? Oh, here's some more coal. Maybe this is the rock I found earlier. Surely that's not what you were actually guarding. I guess it could have been. Okay, let's clear out this little area and then we can go back. That's enough time. There you go. You just got to be careful about picking it up. What's up here? More Caterium. Interesting. Alright, let's fill these up. Do we have any wood? No. But we do have plenty of leaves. Okay, we got some more rotors. That's not enough. You are still making smart plating. Oh, plenty of copper sheeting. In fact, because we've got a mission, let's make sure that all of our rotors go towards the cause for just a little while. They can turn into smart plating later. And while we're waiting on that, let's scope out where some of this coal is. Oh, come on. There was some around. There we go. It's all off that way and some that way. Okay. Let's see if we can find if it's pure or impure or whatever. Hazardous stuff over there. Now, it is good if coal is near water. That's a good thing. But this is copper, looks like. We don't need any more of that. At least not in a form that we just would pick up. You know what? Quartz we'll take. Because we do just want a little bit of silica for our research. Burning question, is this coal node that we're going towards down on the ground, or will we have to climb for it? It might be just in here, in which case... Okay, there's my observation tower. I know I've been here before. Might have to redispose of a monster. Nice big log. Okay, there is a spitter. Thank you. Okay, this is limestone, which we don't need in a great quantity right now. Definitely will take this wood, though. That was fast. This is impure. Also impure. Okay, well, that's good data. It's not far from water, though. In fact, there's a lake over there, if this isn't as nice. What does this lake look like? I don't think I actually came out this far. It's guarded. And there's not a whole lot of space to line up pumps along it. Okay, it's an interesting location, but we'll try a different one. We do want our solutions to be scalable. I would probably use the river as the water source anyway, unless it's somehow too shallow for our purposes. Oh. This is why there's an arachnophobia mode. In case you were wondering.
Samples of unknown alien species acquired. Initial data suggests these are predators, but notably they do not have a traditional mouth or eyes. There are, however, numerous cavities on their head which could fulfill a similar function. Research the remains in the MAM to establish classification and potential countermeasures.
Good grief. We were just there. Here's some other ones. Skitterers more often come out at night, and they tend to be in caves and such, so if you want to minimize contact with them, don't travel at night. That's actually a pretty good way to avoid them. Not all of them, but some of them. And that would be a spitter. What's the grade on this? Impure. But it's right by the river. either way, we'd be right near the river. There was some... Yeah, alright. You know what? I kind of think I like this one better for now. That cute little archway. Oh, nice. It'll even show on the map for a little while. Purity normal. What's this now? Oh, this is normal. Yeah. Yeah, let's use this. Okay, so we are here on this other side of the river. Wow, kind of a hike from our place, but that's okay. Speaking of our place, let's go back. Hopefully we have those rotors by now. We shall avoid the fluffy-tailed hogs. I guess it's not all that far away. Once you know where you're going in a straight line. Ooh, more quartz. More or less a straight line. Is that more quartz I see? Huzzah! We can still use our conveyor for a speed boost. Kind of a slight speed boost, but that's okay. Huzzah, yes. Alright, first of all, I get my footing back, and we put all of this green stuff into our various machines, because we do still need biomass for a while. Wow, that's a lot of leaves. Okay, rotors are up here. Okay, got just enough, so that'll do. Let us also bring with us all these reinforced iron plates and a bunch of regular ones. We've got cable. Let's get some iron rods as well. And we'll put these stinger remains into the research. And our quartz into our silica machine. There you go. Bonk. Alien megafauna. Here you go.
The remains researched belong to an organism with 8 jointed legs, similar to the legs of arachnids but with non-standard distribution and function. Because its attacks focus on stabbing prey with the ends of their legs, which resemble insectoid stingers, they have been dubbed stingers. Stinger remains can now be made into alien protein, and additional research may reveal options for improving Pioneer safety during exploration.
Great. Tell me about Blade Runners.
Blade Runners unlocked. Equipped to run faster, jump with greater force, and decrease fall damage that might otherwise have lowered your value to fix it.
Okay. However, we do have to make them first. Oh wow, we have exactly enough modular frames for that. Just need 20 silica. Which we do have over here. So that is a good thing to have at this time. Great. Let's see. That's our build menu. There we go. Blade Runners on our legs. Now we're moving faster. Okay, and what would it take for pipelines? Lots of copper sheeting. We might need some rotors as well, so let's pick up some more copper sheets. I'm sure we've got plenty more. And some more rotors. Wow, got plenty of this. So we can jump a little higher now, which is quite useful. Rotor production is very slow. It's because you're not getting very many screws, I see. How about we overclock you? Turn things up just a little bit. And since we're doing that, we can turn on our smart plating production again. All right, let's get out there and start our coal area. You know, there's one more thing that we're gonna need, and that is a miner. Which means I need to build a portable miner. Can I just build an equipment workshop here? Yes. Thank you. And away it goes. I love that you can just do that. We don't need to mess with you right now. Oh, hello.
This fleeting temple hums a resident song. Play for us.
Right, okay. That's one thing you're guarding.
The Scripture.
The Somersloop was named after Marie Somerville, co-founder of Fixit and head of its R&D department. There are many theories about the origin of this shape and why this symbol mathematically resembling a Mobius strip has found its way to both human and extraterrestrial culture. Thankfully, you don't need to know any of these theories to be a pioneer. Research it in the MAM to establish locally appropriate classification and application. Fun fact: the planet you are on was found and named during a planet spotting event Marie hosted named Marie's Awesome Scientific Search of the Avant-Garde Exoplanets.
Hello, Softerson. How's it going? We are just about to start setting up coal, and check this out. It's a slug. In fact, I think I'm going to take a photo of this. Where's photo mode? P. Okay, well, that makes sense. Let's go down this way. It's a little safer. Look at that interesting structure on the inside of the ark. Okay, well, here's our coal node. So the first thing to do is let's put a miner on top of one of them. So we know we're going to need that. Next thing we need is a source of water. Another power slug. Is that what that stinger was guarding, I should say? Now, the big question is this river deep enough that we can actually use it with pumps? Because that's something I'm not certain of. So let's... Okay, resource is not deep enough. That is unfortunate. This lake might work better. In which case we need a longer pipe. That river crossing up there might work. Can I just build an observation tower? Yeah, that lake might be deep enough. Not sure. Doesn't look like it, but we'll give it a try. That's not looking deep enough for anything. Hello, strange bird thing. Water extractor. That. Oh, nope. There is a spot that's deep enough.
That may indeed be water. Try submerging your arm. If it does not dissolve, that will narrow down the range of possibilities. Or you could just pipe it to a coal-powered generator and see what happens.
Right, well, I'm not going to build my generator here in the middle of the jungle. I'm going to move out of said jungle just a little bit. Let's find a place where we can build a nice flat surface. This will do. Let's harvest this before we hide it forever. Big platform. Probably bigger than we need. That's fine. There's our water extractor. There's a couple of slugs. We'll look at those in a bit. But first, power, coal power generator. I want an observation tower. Hello. How long have I been playing? Oh, let's see. Ah! Short enough time that I still do that. Let's see. I played some in early access. This is my third playing session. The other 2 sessions were 4 hours long each. We are just about to start setting up coal power, which is in tier 3. Okay, let's give ourselves a little space on this side. Grow things out a little bit on the other side. And in fact, I'd kind of like to move a little more to the side. Yeah, the Blade Runners were nice for that. Yeah, I didn't want to just do the grassland again. Every other place I was already kind of familiar with from early access, and I wanted to do something new.
Interesting, most pioneers already had coal power set up by this point because they understood their responsibility to humanity. Adjusting pioneer attitude metrics. Reminder, coal-powered generators require coal.
Okay, alright, I'm sensing a theme here. Thanks, Ada. Everyone's criticizing me today. And yes, it does require coal, so we shall start running a conveyor. Actually, no, first. Where's the ladder on this thing? You have a ladder, don't you? Yes. And we will have to navigate around the pipe, though, so let's actually set that up first. Need one of those.
Fix-it pipelines can contain any fluid, including the water necessary for coal-powered generators. Note, water does not flow upwards by itself. While water extractors provide some lift, to truly defy gravity, consider the use of pipeline pumps.
She's right about that. Where am I going? There it is. So we'll see how much help I need to give this. Possibly at least a little. We are going up and down a little bit. And we're not doing any kind of deforestation yet. Oh, what now? Jumps are lining up differently than I'm used to. Alright, well, you drop your remains somewhere. I'm not going to track them down right now. There's that. And we'll just run more pipes. And this is going to need power, so we might as well run that now as well. We played around 250 hours in early access and just got to oil. Oh yeah, I set up a whole huge, very cool thing, I thought. For oil and plastic and stuff, but yeah, it's a production. Oh, let's see. Power pole, we'll put you here, and then for power lines, we'll put you here, and now we'll just run you. Along. So for my first factory, I started in the grasslands. Thank you for the follow, Nexus 176. Oh, what now? Can you even reach me up here? I'm not sure you can. Of course, I'm not really reaching you either. A little bit. I love that you can do that. So yes, first one started in the grasslands, and then the friend who got me into this game, we showed our factories to each other, and he had started in the other desert location. The one that's kind of near the oil location that I was using. And so I kind of felt like I was already familiar with those spots, and the two of us started up a two-player game in the forest, and we didn't really do much with that, so I guess I could have started there, but this was the area I was least familiar with, so I felt like using it first. Well, using it for this playthrough, just because I would have the experience of seeing completely new things. Now, obviously, we can't get any power out of this until we actually have put coal into it, which we could do, but it won't do anything. So we're going to need a biofuel or biomass burner just to get this whole thing kick-started. Maybe I'll stick it on the side here. Right near this convenient pile of leaves. And if I had really been thinking about it, I would have snagged some solid biofuel from our setup earlier, but this will do. Let's see. Power, biomass burner. And this is really only here to get things started. So let's get our conveyor belt in. And yeah, I hadn't played in ages either. I'm gonna turn this around just a little bit, just to point it a little more directly in this direction. Let's make this look fairly tidy. Will this go into here? It will. It clips a little bit, but it will work. Can I set this over to the side just a little bit so it looks just a little nicer? I think this will do. I don't care about this clipping because it's just convenient. We can merge things in later if we need to. Okay, and now let's fire this up and see what happens. So once we get power into this, it will power the water extractor and the coal mine. And let's see if that gets us any water. Probably going to need a pump. We're getting a little bit of water. Not a whole lot, though. Let's see, pipeline pump. Add this, see if it improves things. Not getting any water yet. Might need to put the pump a little sooner. Starting to see some flow. This is not going to line up, though. But there's our coal generator. Our ability to produce power has suddenly gone way up. If I use straight mode with the belts, it will sort out the curves. Okay, well maybe I'll work on that later. For now, I want to move this junction over because I'm going to want it placed a little differently. I don't care if you're clipping this, we can move that. Nothing spills out of these, so we don't have to worry about that. Everything is automatically capped. Let's keep it fairly compact, though. Pipeline, there we go. And there we go. Okay, it's running. And we should be able to run 2 coal plants off of this, so let's go ahead and add another one. That was not lined up like I thought it was. There we go. And pipeline junction. And pipeline. This needs to be connected to power. There we go. Now we don't have the advanced power stuff yet. So I guess we're gonna just have to run everything over the old-fashioned way. All the way over. Doesn't have to look pretty. And let's give this kind of an obvious point where it joins the rest of our network. And with that done, let's see if our biomass burners are doing anything. Because the nice thing about biomass burners is they only produce as much power as your network actually needs, which means if the coal plant is meeting all of our needs at this point, then the biomass burners don't have anything to do. Nothing. Which means we can just count on them to provide a little extra power if our usage spikes. That's right, we have something to research. Alright, alien technology. There you go.
Somersloop analysis completed. Somersloops are somewhere between battery and conduit, harvesting energy from pockets of space with complete disregard for the rules of the space-time continuum, and distributing it into its connected ecosystem. This energy,
Let the effigies harvest until the waves reach our shores. Consume.
similarities to the hypothetical force of dark energy to potentially be one and the same. It can now be tracked by the object scanner.
Lovely. Let's see if we have enough silica. No, we do not. We do not have enough silica to research the next thing, but that's fine. Let us come up with a way to make these frames, because we definitely need those for stuff. Now that we have loads of power, we can start doing that. So we've got our screws being produced over here. We've got iron rods going into various places. Let's check what the recipe for those frames is. Modular frames, we need reinforced iron plates and iron rods. Okay. Definitely need to start scaling things up. Let's see, iron rods are over here. And the reinforced modular frames are over there. They're getting sent all kinds of directions. Really what we need is more screws. Guessing that's probably the limiting reagent. No, it's the iron plates. Okay. Well, that's good to know. But for now, let's just get them on the table. Let's see. Rods and reinforced plates. Screws are kind of in the middle of everything here. Those are fine. So what we need to do is ramp up plate production. Modular frames. One place for them would be off this way. These are getting sent over here, though. Okay, which means I can split them off here for now. It looks too neat and efficient. Oh dear. I am painfully aware of how chaotic this actually is. Mostly driven by early game sensibilities of, we just need to be able to make this thing, I don't care how efficiently. Let's see if our watchtower will suffice for now. There's some more rotors I can pick up. Yes, probably gonna need some of those. Do love our space elevator. Okay, so with iron rods and reinforced plates, we're gonna need an assembler. What exactly is this lining up with? There we go. That looks a little nicer. And we're going to need a splitter. I know where everything is within about half an hour of starting the session. Your factory is an absolute mess of conveyor belts clipping through each other, tons of power poles, and basically no machine placements, which makes sense. I feel your pain. Let's see. We're gonna need... Yes, let's put this splitter here. And let's increase our chaos a little bit. That's slight clipping, but we can be okay with that. Now from the other side... Oh, I need iron plates. Alright, well, let's get some back by dismantling this stuff. That way I won't have to move. Aim carefully. Okay, that looks nice enough. And then for the rods, let's put in another splitter. You can make modular frames. There we go. R for straight mode. Okay, I will play around with that next time. For now, we are at least making our modular frames. And let's set up a container to contain them. We can put it over there. That is gonna clip. And I'm out of iron plates again. Okay, all right. More iron plates, very well. Luckily, I've got tons of them over here. Oh, look at this. Here's something I don't need. This is Copper Town. This is not where I need to be. In my first factory, copper was separated a little better from other things. Conveyor pole. Set you up here. Just so that we're not clipping through everything, or at least not without lamp shading it a bit. That'll work for now. Okay, and now we are making modular frames. Theoretically. We're not making very many of them, because we need to speed up our production of other things. We need more reinforced iron plates because we need more regular iron plates. Overclocking is not the best way to do that. It would be better if we would just make more machines. There's also the fact that we're building up this massive surplus, but in the infinite long run, that is actually a good idea, so I kind of don't mind that. Okay. We've got plenty of iron coming in for this purpose. Actually, no, we don't. This is a slow belt. Let's see if we can get some more reinforced plates and speed this up. That's already a Mark II. These are both backed up, so anything extra is coming off this way. It's doing better now? Better, yes. Big question is, you do not yet get enough iron plates to make a new reinforced iron plate, even at this faster speed, so we really do need more machines. And yes, you can sit and work out the math on paper, but that means doing math on paper, and I don't want to do that. So let's see about making this area a little bit tidier. More concrete. All right, well that's fine. More machines means dealing with more stupid water. It's true. But fewer machines means we're sitting around forever, and I don't want to do that. We could just go have a nice explore for a while things get made, but I think it's time for a little reorganization anyway. Oh, also, now that we have all this extra power, we can actually run the awesome sink. So that's something. Okay, so if this goes here... we're just about running into this mine, so let's stop there. We like our mine. Oh, look at that. We can put it at an angle along here if we wanted just maximum chaos. That's terrible. I'm not doing that. How many coal generators? Just 2 for now. And I would have to come up with a better place for the water pump. Well, I'd have to come up with a new place for a water pump if I put in more, because right now I've kind of got it in the only spot in the lake that's deep enough for it. No, you need the faster belt. You can come through here. Will you connect here? Yes, you will. It's a little ugly, but that's fine. Let's see. This needs to be somewhere else. Maybe we can put it in line with that other container. I know things are not necessarily optimized. I'm just kind of feeling things out as I go. Oh, let's see. That's right. Straight mode. Oh yeah, look at that. That's kind of cute. Sure, let's try that. All right, yeah. Can I pick up all this? Yes. And I don't need to be carrying all of this. Here, have some iron ingots. You are burning through these faster than you can actually use them. Which means that what we also need is more smelters. Maybe. More smelters and faster belts. How are those modular frames coming? Something is not coming in properly. Oh, no, of course. Everything's going into the container. It's not going to be sitting in the machine. 4. Okay. Very slow production. So, as I thought. Let's at least get this built. Want a merger here. Cheat belts are fine in this case. Left myself just enough room. And just in anticipation of possibly adding more things, we can put in another splitter. Hello, Sir Chris Swan. I'm not sure if my factory is winning any points for efficiency. Oop, but it's at least starting to make more sense. I do need more ingots, though. Are all having no trouble getting things out onto the pipeline. They're a little bit spread out. Which means we can add another smelter here. Close together did I put these things? And the truth of it is, I want my lookout tower back. It was just in slightly the wrong place. Smoke is obscuring things. Oh, excellent. And merger. Okay, it's a little bit denser, not quite backed up, so that's fine. Those two branches are taking what they need. And we've got these running over here. There's no point in you being overclocked if you're not actually going to make use of all your stuff. Okay, you're running at a slight input surplus now. As are you. Okay, I think that's actually finally increased what we're making. This stuff's coming over here. Purple, hello! Welcome, welcome, raiders! Welcome to my just getting into tier 3 factory. Hot takes raid, my goodness. Let's have a proper shout out for you. Let me get my mouse back. Welcome. Purple plays Slipstream with us sometimes on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday evenings. 9 p.m.-ish Pacific time. And if it's your first time here, I'm Daniel Oswin, and on Sundays I like to play things that have some combination of simulation and storyline. This one's heavy on the simulation. And Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday night is Slipstream Rogue Space, which is a game that we all play together in which we explore space as cute pixel art animal people. Let's see. You are doing fine. You are doing fine. How is our reinforced iron plate maker? It's running a little faster. But unless we can scale up our iron plates even more, it's going to remain annoyingly slow. So I think we all know what needs to happen. The first thing that needs to happen is I need to stop jumping off the floors. I'm not quite used to these Blade Runners yet. Oh! Actually, the first thing that needs to happen is I need to turn on the Awesome Sync. So all this random stuff that we dumped in here is gonna just start making points for us. Now, the more you pour the same thing into the Awesome Sync, the fewer points it gives over time. So we'll just let that run. Oop. True American Reject, thank you for the follow. And yes, Slipstream Rogue Space can be played from your phone. Though I would recommend playing it on a desktop if you can, but you can play it on your phone. Let's see. Honestly, the hub needs to move. That is the elephant in this room. It needs to move. It's in the way. Let's start building this clipping floor right over it, and then we can move it. I think we'll want this to be a little bigger. One more row, I think, should do it. And then we'll just move the whole thing up on top. And I won't have to worry about jumping down there anymore. That's clipping the Awesome Sync. Okay. Oh, yes, and that's going to give us everything that's in our storage bin, too. Which is fine. How does one unlock overclocking? There was something I had to do. So in order to get the power cells that let you overclock, you have to pick up power slugs and you can turn them into these power shards. I'm going to consolidate my slug into that. And, but there was some milestone, I think, or some research I had to do in order to allow for overclocking. Overclocking and underclocking get unlocked at the same time. Is there anything else? If I don't have enough room in my inventory for all these things, then it'll just go into a box on the ground, which is fine, but it's kind of nice if I can just pick it up and not have to go hunting for the box later. Especially since it's not consolidating my stuff for me. Okay, there's that as well. We'll go get that later. I don't necessarily want to pack things in as densely as humanly possible, just because I don't trust myself to be that good at planning. I like things to be a little bit spread out, just to make things a little bit easier to find and maneuver around. Let's turn it the same way it was turned before. There we go. See, even this actually is kind of in the way of our iron plates. So let's put it in the corner. We can always build the floor around it. Okay, that looks better. Don't need Caterium right now. Iron ore we can stuff in the awesome sink. Same with the limestone. Don't need to be carrying that around. I'm gonna need to pick up more cable soon. Oh, you know what? I do want this iron. Not the ore, though. That gets processed elsewhere. Ooh, one printable coupon. Now, some of you know about this, and the rest of you are probably asking about it, but what happens if we put a coupon into the awesome sink? In fact, let's make sure it's the next thing to go in there. Is it not pulling this one? There it goes. There it is. We can see it under the belt.
Fix-It sees what you did there. How creative. I have also been creative. There is something extra special for you in the awesome shop. It is a marvel of technology. It is truly the shape of the future. I will be sad if you do not use it and love it, and tell any friends you make in the future all about it.
Oh, really, Ada? Is that so? Now, where did I put the shop? There it is. Welcome back. Cyberwagon. I see enough of these darn things in real life. But maybe we can buy one later. In the meantime, let's move these things somewhere more convenient. Nianafel, thank you so much for the follow. Let's see. Somewhere close to the hub. Not blocking those things. I guess we could just stick them outside. Bam. And the equipment workshop, that's kind of large. That'll do. And let's get in another couple of these. How close together did I have them? Fairly close. Oh, need more cable. Knew it. Knew I was gonna have to pick up some more of that. Luckily, we have tons of it. I wanted to jump all the way up on top. Can I put in another lookout tower? Just for a little while. Perk of living in the UK is you never see Cybertrucks. You know what? That is fair. I live in the San Francisco Bay Area, so everyone who does anything with tech is around here. Okay. Well, I could certainly do things a little differently than I'm doing them, but let's put this constructor here, right next to the other one. And we'll point this merger. Okay, yeah, that's a splitter and a merger, and we've got a lot of these things going into the bin when they don't really need to go into the bin. This is the wrong way for things to be merging. So, let's rearrange that. Okay, jumping off the watchtower is still not the best idea. Okay, let's put... The thing is, I kind of want only one of these producing anything for me to just pick up. And we're expanding this way. We don't have any smart splitters yet. That's something we could start fixing soon-ish. I guess we can just keep rearranging this for now. Let's completely rearrange this. You can do a little wiggle, that's fine. That's gonna need to be a merger. That's turned the wrong way. You're fine, you just need to be rerun. Okay, so our bin's not getting anything until we start fueling it up with stuff. You should make iron plates. Can prime you. You're not getting any power. But that's easily fixed. There you go. And it's a good thing I put this splitter here because we'll just fit it here. And faster belts would be nice if we can manage it. These belts are longer than they need to be. That's okay. This one is running slower than the first one because it's not overclocked, so it's filled up. This one is getting there. This one is going along at a good clip. Let's overclock this by 1. And let's make this a faster belt, especially because it's a merged belt. There we go. Now it's getting enough material. In fact, let's help it out. We don't need to be carrying all these plates. So some of them are going into our bin for building, which is fine because we need them for fast belts and such things. Some of them are going into the modular frame maker, and through all of that time we spent building things, we have a grand total of 14. Seems to me that we could double up on reinforced plate makers at this point. Which means I need to move my bin again. I might need to move this too. In fact, I'm going to do that. That's fine. Let's check on our power usage. We're doing totally fine with our 2 coal plants, and we can overclock those too if we need to. Yeah, we're now making plates faster than we're using them. someday we'll have filled up this storage container. You can sit there for now. Hang on, is that the way in or the way out? Yes, that's the way in. Because here's what I'm gonna do. Gonna automatically empty out this bin into the other one. Though, honestly, it would be faster if I did it by hand with these belts. We'll just let those flow in. That can sit there for now. Reinforced plates are over there. Yeah, actually. We'll just set that there. We can kind of do a similar thing here where we have a line and branch off just those few that we need to use. It's clipping into our biomass burners. That's okay. Plunk. Okay, now we have room for another one of those, but apparently I've got some power holes in the way. This is a slight mess. And that's going off over there. This creates a loop. You're still connected to something. Oh, okay. You're connected there. And I think this means I can get rid of this. Anything got a red light? I don't see it. That looks fine. So if I put in another assembler... Oh, that's encroaching on the box. Alright. Well, we can move it even farther forward then. And that's these again. can go here. You can make reinforced iron plates. That's right, I had splitters on a hotkey. Silly me. Let's actually turn that. That's not great. Wonder if I can turn it this way. Maybe it'll turn the corner. Not very well. Okay, let's see if I can finagle that a little bit. And this is too far over. That's clipping into the power pole, but I don't mind. That's okay. Now I'm going to have to do something similar for the screws. Fix-It Pioneer benefits include 15 minutes of rest per day. Oh, such a deal. I think what I've done in the past is actually embrace the branching paths just a little more, especially with these things that only take 2 inputs. So, I'm going to clean you up. We're going to clean this up. That has enough to run on for a little while. So first, I'm just going to stack these. That's turned the wrong way again. Have to remember to rotate them. Taking advantage of the fact that these stack so nicely. There we go. That is too close for this to work. We're gonna have to back it up just a little bit. Which I think will make it too close for this, but we can rotate it. That's okay. We can rotate this. This is why I don't want to put things too close together right off the bat. But that's okay. There we go. And can I... That's clipping, but it's all right. Okay, now we just have to rotate this. This merger will head off in this direction. And the screws can come this way. That's filling up. This is filling up. There we go. And at this point, it looks like screws have now become the limiting reagent. Which is not surprising. They often are. Let's see, where is this conveyor lift Mark II? That needs to be faster as well. That's already Mark II. These are churning things out as fast as they can, really. Oh yeah, this was backed up with a bunch of screws that weren't even getting sent out because the conveyor belts were too slow. How's this doing? This is doing fine. And our surplus is doing okay. We have our modular frames. 28. I feel like that's gradually getting faster. The reinforced iron plates are still the limiting reagent. We will want more of them for things like fast conveyor belts as we go. That seems fine. Okay, if that's waiting on screws, I don't think it needs to be overclocked anymore. It's just using more power than it needs to. Unless we're going to produce more screws, which is an option. But at this point, maybe we should turn our attention to some of our research stuff, because there is some stuff that we can look for, and we can do it while that other stuff is being produced. Do I have enough sulfur for that? No. So we could go around hunting for it. Quartz, we have some things that we could research with quartz crystal. We also want more silica for things. We don't need silica yet for anything that we're producing en masse. You want frames and some other stuff. Oh, one of the assemblers isn't connected to a belt. Okay. Don't tell me. Let me find it. Indeed not. Okay. There it is. Not much of a backup yet, though. So let's put... this is gonna clip, isn't it? Let's move this over at the same time. You gotta go. Well, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for pointing out that lack of a belt. Thank you for the follow. And hope you have a good rest of your day. Let's see. There's a storage container. Now you have few enough items. I'm just gonna let you run. Or, you know what? I could just carry him. Also fine. And then you need to become a merger. Fluid buffer. Oh, okay. So if we had a need to store water along a pipeline, we could use that. If we thought our input was going to be unreliable. Logistics, that's where it is. Yes. Interesting. This is also going... Ah! The rotors are now the limiting reagent here. You've got all these extra reinforced iron plates. Iron rods are coming in too slowly for you. Okay, well, let's give you all these extra plates. Because you sure as heck need them. So now the balance has swung in a different direction. Now we need more iron rods. And it's kind of smushed up against other things, though we are on a different level here. So we can make use of verticality. Especially if we route this belt a little more nicely. Yeah, let's do that. So if, for example, I were to just put this over here. And remembering, of course, that this needs to be a Mark II. Because that's how fast I want it to go. And this can spread off to the left. There we go. And we can put in another constructor. Kind of like another lookout tower. Okay, you will make iron rods. Prime you with the ingots because I don't want to carry those around. That's a splitter, so let's put the merger here. And for you, kind of fitting this into the hillside. More iron for you. You need power. That's full. This is not. Either of these overclocked? No. All right, more rods. Which means we are getting more rotors. And more frames. Okay, so we've almost got the modular frames we need for this, but in terms of having enough rotors, not gonna have enough of those. So might need to turn that production up as well. Screws are doing fine at this point. And that fills up just before the iron rods do. Alright, well let's move the watchtower. I seem to do that a lot. You want an export Visio diagram feature. I'm sure someone's done something like that. I wouldn't be at all surprised if someone had done exactly that. Okay, well let's do a similar thing that we did over there. Here's another assembler, and we're gonna need to make kind of those branching splitter paths. Fill this in. Ooh, they're coming from different directions. That's fun. You will make rotors. Tidy up a bit. Get you connected to power somewhere. Okay, splitter is gonna line up here, but the one on top of it will go the other way. Actually, no, let's have the screws come in on the bottom. Too slippery. Actually, let's keep things fairly consistent between the two when we can. Too steep. Okay. That. That. And now we need to make sure this output is going somewhere. That's another splitter. We can make this the splitter. And turn this into a merger. Now we just need more iron rods. These are making them as fast as they're getting iron, which means it won't actually do any good to overclock them. I would need to give them more input in order to do that. Which I can certainly do. We can ramp this up. That has speeded this up slightly. Because it was at 93 and now it's at 95. And I'll maybe start ticking upwards a little bit. Just for a moment there. It's very slight though. Yeah, 40, 42. Like, got a boost right at the beginning, but after that it's going to need more capacity. And of course that means a little less iron for our reinforced plates, so the balance has shifted again. I can add more smelters and just change how they're balanced. Screws don't seem impacted at the moment, which is great. Okay, and we've got more than enough modular frames now, so let's put those into the machine, as well as all this other stuff that it's waiting for. We can just throw that in, because we've got more than enough of it. We've got tons of concrete. We've got tons of copper. They're just making sure I never fill up my bin with wire. Okay, modular frames, wire, and concrete. Okay, so now we just need rotors. And for that, still just gonna need to ramp up iron. Okay. I could also shuffle some of those over, but that's not really a sustainable solution in the long term. We want things to actually be producing faster, but we can juice it a bit for now. Just to get things moving a little faster. Because it's not like we actually need half of everything we produce just to have on hand. That's just the best splitter we have for now. which again kind of speaks to the need to do more research. That belt is taking things as fast as we can, so if we put more smelters into this, then for now we need to put them on a separate belt. And you're not even getting enough iron ore at this point. That's a bit of a mess. Have some of these. Now that we're starting to have a halfway reasonable amount of reinforced plates around, we can actually put in more of our faster conveyor belt. That's already been upgraded. Ah, run out of plates again. Well, somewhere here I've got a machine that actually has more than it needs of those. You are doing fine. We don't actually need vast amounts of modular frames at the moment, so you can chill. That's copper. That's sending ore out as fast as it can get it. We could overclock it, or we could tap another one. Hello, Spitter. There's some smart plates on a belt near iron ore belts. They should be going towards the space elevator. As long as everything's not locked up, then I put them in the right place this time. The space elevator is over on that far side, so everything kind of has to go through the iron area in order to get there. Equipment workshop, we'll just put another temporary one down. Look at that, I managed to pick up leaves without mining. Send you over this way. I need more plates, but at this point we could actually switch to the slower one for a bit. And we could merge this in, but we're starting to see some problems with bottlenecking. But in the long run, we can just keep upgrading these, so yeah, I'll go ahead and put in a merger. As long as we have Mark II coming out, we're fine. Yeah, so these smart plates are coming out from under the floor. They're going under this floor. They're coming up that way. There's some clipping here. And then they come into the space elevator, where they are very slowly ticking up our phase 2 objective. We've had a bit of a gap there because of the work I was doing. Yeah, we need to feed more iron into this whole setup. Alright, how are our rotors doing? Alright, that's a more respectable number. Now screws are your limiting reagent. Which I'm not terribly surprised about. Rebalance that a little bit. Alright, Oh, don't apologize for not realizing that. That is totally fine. In fact, it's actually really funny. If you look up the VOD, which I will actually link, I will link my YouTube channel. So if you watch the VOD for, I think it was last week, when I first ran that belt, I accidentally ran it into one of these mergers instead of the space elevator, because you can see perspective makes it look like the space elevator when it's not. And then I had smart plating in with my iron ingots, and it was blocking up everything, and it was really silly. So not surprising that some kind of mistake would be made there. But let's start working on some of that research, because I don't want to neglect that. We're not really doing anything with quartz in large quantities at the moment, but we're going to need to be able to build some of this stuff later. And just having inventory slots would be nice. Caterium also is going to be useful for stuff. We don't know anything about that stuff yet. So let's see if we can find some more quartz. Is there any around that's an actual node rather than just a random rock? Not anywhere near here. All right. It's far away. Way up north, or to the west, or actually closer to the south. We haven't explored south all that much yet. We have explored a good way down the river. It would kind of be nice to reach the edge of the world. Let's try that. Let's prepare to empty out our inventory a little bit. That's concrete. I need my leaf bin, because I did pick up some leaves a little while ago. There we go. Now this whole setup isn't using enough for us to actually burn any biomass. Oh no, it is just a little bit. Okay. So we do want to increase our coal power production as well, which, as noted, will be a bit of a chore. But let's plan on that. Let's put in this and a water extractor. Make sure we have some reinforced iron plates. We're going to need more rotors. We're going to need copper sheets. We've got lots of copper sheets, which is good because we need those for pipes. That's our whole stash of those, so let's make sure we don't burn through all of them building things. Again, we do not need huge amounts of modular frames at the moment. That's not overloaded on them, though. Let's take those with us. We don't really need huge amounts of smart plating at the moment either. It's kind of just eating our rotors. extracted tax. There we go. And a couple more for good luck. Hot off the presses. Okay, let's go that way and see what we find. And again, we don't necessarily need giant amounts of leaves anymore, but we still want to gather some because, as we've seen, we are clearly using a little bit. Pale berries are always good. If we follow our power lines, then we won't go through the tunnel with those hogs, or we could just go around this way. Okay, I would need another water extractor if I wanted to run more coal plants. So the first question is, where can we put another extractor? I guess we could run a pipe all the way back from our lake in the oasis, but that would make me kind of sad. Oh, hello, bird. In fact, this can be underclocked if it's only running 2 coal plants. To the right of the current one, maybe over there? Let's try. There is one spot. Let's see if we can just merge it in. Max flow rate 300 square meters, cubic meters per minute. This is fine then. However... Oh good, we can just put this in. Let's underclock this one as well. Okay, coal-powered generator. line you up. Pipelines. Let's stand on this. Yes, those are lined up. Perspective is doing interesting things to the locking. There's a splitter. 1 and 2. One and 2. And 1 and 2. All right. All these hooked up. Looks like it. Might look nicer if the wires are going out the other way, but I'm not going to care. Looks like it's getting about exactly as much coal as it needs. So we'd want to add more coal to this system if we wanted more power. Alright, looks good. Now where's that quartz I wanted? Should be farther along the river. Also those faraway places. Okay, not gonna bother with those. Oh, not gonna bother with that either. We'll just steer clear of it. That's more coal. Oh, here's more deep water. Okay, that's useful. I sound like Rebecca Snoot. Oh, that's useful. I'll check the math on the water extractors later. Oh, hello, hog. Got copper. Alright, just for some reason never quite followed the river to the end. What doesn't like me? This spitter doesn't like me. There are 2 of them. That's not good. Which one is this? 1 health segment, half a health segment. Okay, well, let's go with the pale berries for now. Oh, I killed one of them. Or did they friendly fire each other? Something's making noise like it's a powerful item. Here's some quartz. It's not an actual mineable node, though. However, we seem to have reached the end of the world. There's scenery out there, as though the world continued for longer, but we can't get to it. Give me a sec. I'm gonna go turn the light on in my room. I've had it off because it's so hot, and it gets worse if I leave the lights on. Okay. There's some quartz and another hog, and if I'm not careful, that hog could very well ram me off the end of the world, so. Not that that would end the game or anything, I just want to be a little more careful about it. Are you actually the thing that's aiming at me? I can't tell. You don't seem to be. Something higher up could be spoiling for a fight. We'll just do our usual hack. Let's make a few of these. Oh, yeah. You're a stronger one. I don't like how close I have to get to you. Alright, don't like this at all. These things do not want to lose aggro. Might want to wait till I have better weapons to deal with you. On the other hand, you followed me all this way. Am I doing any damage to you? Yes. 3 hog remains. Good grief. That was slightly foolish, but we did come all this way. More pale berries, please. Now, in my experience, creatures tend not to come back if you put stuff on the thing they were guarding. Let's see if these portable miners are enough for them to do that. I don't want to run all our infrastructure out here just yet. But we can at least pick up some quartz. What else is up here? Bunch of something. Oh my goodness. Is this a geyser? No wonder there's alpha hogs out here. Alright. Well, we'll definitely be back for that at some point. Let's head home. Could be any number of useful things up there. And there's more coal out here if we need it. Yeah, just clipping power cables through the ground, no problem. And up. Certainly interesting things over there. Alright, let's throw all of our biomass material in. We do clearly still have some small use for it. How is our rotor production doing? Not bad, really. Let's slow down the smart plating production a little bit. Alright, that's still running. Let's deal with this quartz we picked up. That's right. I put this stray thing under here. We'll just let you run for a while. Is there anything I need to throw away? I don't need limestone. When did I pick that up? I don't even know. Now, how much silica did I need for this next thing? Oh dear, that's a problem. I need to move my ramp over. Doesn't need to be here. That doesn't need to be here. Nothing that would bonk my head against the ceiling needs to be there. We can put this on our to-do list. Alright, that's still rolling. How are rotors doing? Hopefully better than my aim. Sort you over there. Alright, so things are getting made. We should be able to at least send this up by the end of the session, no problem. Do we have enough silica yet? Almost. And one more. Thank you. More inventory.
Pocket dimension now extra dimensionalized with additional dimensional capacity.
Good to know. We could also go hunting for some sulfur for some of this stuff. Experimental power generation. Oh boy, what's that gonna be? Nutrients. That all involves stuff we can't make yet. Do I have 50 Caterium somewhere? Yes, I do. Could go hunting for these other things.
Research completed. Caterium ingot recipe unlocked. New Caterium research available.
Alright, so for Caterium... Caterium electronics is actually pretty useful stuff. So let's at least give ourselves the ability to smelt this. Even if we can't have... Even if there's nothing really to connect it to yet. And we've got a power pole somewhere down there. No, let's get rid of this. And this. And let's put a ramp on this side. This was the one I wanted. There. That will do. We can now smelt Caterium ingots, even though we don't have any means to do so at high capacity. But if we can get 50 of those, at least we can research the next thing. And that will give us access to more useful stuff. Can we scan for it? Yes, we can. Oh. Not too far away, actually. That's heartening. Ooh, pure up there, normal over there, and a big cluster of pure and normal and such over there. Well, normal being so close is actually really nice. Though it might be on top of something, but that's not necessarily a problem. It's up there. Did we find it on our big hike the other day? That wouldn't surprise me at all. We can't... Oh. Actually. We should be able to use this as a ladder. Let's see what this is, though. This could be another way up. Indeed it is. I want to say that's a bigger spitter than we've dealt with before. Fairly wide-ranging though, so let's try something. I'm gonna build this right on top of you. There's nothing you can do about it. And if I put a lookout tower here. I can get a good look at this whole setup. That's a little bit too steep. It's clipping into the mountainside at every turn. You know what? Why am I bothering to do this when I could just run it down the slope like a normal person? Just because we can use maximum verticality at every moment does not mean we necessarily need to or should. It's a slow conveyor belt. We can just run it along here for the time being. The power line could maybe be a little more vertical, because it doesn't care so much about angles. Okay. I'll go ahead and leave that tower there. It'll be useful again. I may not have enough iron rods for this. It's pretty out here. And you can go there. You can go there. We'll keep on running our power down the hill. Use the ridges, make it look nice. Just bring you all the way over. Yeah, a little clipping. That's fine. And to be perfectly honest, we could probably start our Caterium stuff in its own little place over here. We don't need to run it all the way back to the center of the main base. So let's extend our grid. Because I would like for it to match up if it ever does join. You know what? There's no harm in leaving that there. go this direction. Okay. Let's start. Save ourselves a little bit of room in case we need room for aesthetic purposes. Starting to run short on concrete. Let's actually take these out. Yes, they're floating. It's fine. Anyway, I want my concrete back. Okay, let's go with just one smelter for now. I need more wire. Up this way. We've been happily cranking out wire all this time. How are we doing on rotors? Almost got enough. I wonder if there's enough sitting in the assembler. Yes, there are. Oh my goodness, we can finally send this off. Oh, frabjous day. All right. Ready to unlock basic steel production?
Milestone reached. Coal and iron can be combined in the foundry to start steel production. Project part number 2, the versatile framework, can only be created via automation, not at a crafting bench. Delivering these to the space elevator is essential if we are going to complete phase 2 of project assembly and save the day. Fix-It and humanity is relying on you.
Good to know. What do you want next? Oh, enhanced asset security. That'd be nice. And that uses stuff that's not terribly valuable. So yeah, let's go for that. In the meantime, as soon as we hook this up, you can make Caterium. And that mine up there should be hooked up, which means we should have Caterium coming down this belt. Let's just check on it. Actually, you know what? Let's just let it run. Because once things come out of the smelter, gonna need concrete. Could also dismantle that bridge up there. But let's put in... Oh, we now have a foundry. Smelts 2 resources into alloy ingots. Okay, well, we'll deal with that later. For now, we need a constructor up here. Oh, I need to research the quick wire before I can actually make it. So let's see, just double check. Caterium is actually coming along this belt, because if it isn't, that's a problem. There it is. It's gonna come all this way. And maybe that smelter over there has some I can use too. Since I did build it expressly for the purpose. Let's go up the ramp. This is the smelter. I don't have any more ore. I don't think this would be enough. No, I need 50, so you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna dump this ore into the smelter before it actually gets any from the belt. It'll be a while. How's this doing? We have 1 coupon. We're not actually feeding anything into this in any volume at all, so not really doing anything for us yet. We'll fix that later. For now, these guys want 100 reinforced plates. 1,500 wire, that's the easy part. We can go get that. And 600 iron rods. Those have certainly been impacted in the past. This is modular frames. Don't need those at the moment. What's this? Those are reinforced iron plates. I have lost track of my iron rods. I think they're over here. Yes. Got tons of these. So all we gotta do is scrounge up some plates somewhere, and we might have some over here. Not really. These are not being made in huge quantities right now. Ah, screws have become the limiting reagent. Big time. But at least we caught the pod coming down. There you go. And maybe we can overclock our screw machines. Alright, that's rolling again, to some degree. Meanwhile, what's going on over here? We have our Caterium smelter. We'll just let this run up to 50. Thank you. And now we can do our research. The long conveyor down the mountainside looks like lava. It kind of does. I guess I could have done one of my trademark crazy spirals. That could have been fun. Maybe we'll retool it for that later, just to be entertaining.
Research completed. Quickwire recipe unlocked. New Caterium research available.
Alright, now we can make quick wire. And in the absence of anything really useful to use it for yet, we'll just split all of it off into a container and we'll deal with it later. In fact, I don't care too much about it. Oh, that's on a hill. That won't do it all. I don't care about it not being on the grid, but it at least has to join up. There it goes. I think it wanted 100 of those. We'll let it run. We'll add this to our to-do list. We'll put our biomaterials in here. Aha! This box is starting to fill up. And in fact, there's stuff that we want just plain biomass for as well, so maybe we need to start taking that into account as well. All those burners have more than they need now. Looking good. Those are rotors. Reinforced iron plates would be over here somewhere. 53, not bad. I'm commandeering you. They are not the limiting reagent anymore. How's production doing? Still need more screws. We can goose it a little bit by just taking some out of our bin. Just since we really don't need to have that many just sitting around. In the infinite long run, it doesn't matter, because eventually that box is going to fill up. And then it won't be leaching anything off unless we actually need to take some for some reason. So let's start thinking about steel. We don't have a whole lot of time today to set up more things, but where's more iron ore? We're already using most of what's nearby. We can certainly pull some off for steel production. Our coal is up that way. Let's see if there's any more iron up closer to our coal source. Let's bring a few more building materials with us. Just basic stuff. We'll bring enough for a foundry and a miner. Let's say a couple of foundries. Ah, quick wire. It wants quick wire. All right. And modular frames and rotors and concrete. Oh, we're low on concrete on hand. Go get some of that. Always want to have that with us. Those look like they're active, but they're not actually doing much of anything. Let's make another portable miner. Modular frames and rotors, and I want some plates and some rods. Wherever those run off to. frames and rotors and quick wire. All right, we just set up quick wire. Wow, tons of it. Oh, maybe that was just for the research. Oop. That was not quite as useful as I thought it was. Okay.
Caterium research options available. Congratulations on finding this metal. Many Fix-It initiatives will benefit from Caterium's applicability in advanced engineering. Also, it is probably not sentient, and so unlikely to feel pain as we exploit it.
Okay. All right, the smart splitter will make a lot of things much nicer for us. AI limiter. See, that's a thing that could actually be useful. Power poles Mark II, that would be very nice. High-speed connector requires plastic.
Power pole Mark II unlocked. This provides additional power connections compared to the Power pole Mark I.
Good to have. We'll just wait till that cranks out some more quick wire. Let's see what iron there might be around our oh, you know what? There's something I want to do. There's something that I first did between sessions, but then later used something I'd done during the session itself, is I want to find somewhere where I can take a nice photo of kind of the main part of the factory or something interesting that we worked on. Maybe we'll do that over at the coal area. We don't necessarily need to do that during the session, but that is what I use for the YouTube thumbnail. Paleberry has not grown up yet. So for example, if we were able to get a nice vantage point of all this stuff, such as from the top of this arch, this is too steep for me to climb. But an observation tower might do the trick. Get me all the way on top of it. But if we put it on the other side, it would be a nice viewpoint on its own. We could also look from the top of this rock. Oh yeah, that's kind of nice. See if we can get a nice perspective. That's one option. Oh, okay. Right in there. Normal, pure over there, normal over there. So, about face. Pure iron over here. There you are. All right, pure iron ore. Very nice. Clear this off. Oh, hello. Guess you were guarding the copper over there. Doesn't matter. Let's put our foundation up here. That's not a mine. Might need a vertical connector for that. That's all right. I would like you to go, yes, down, please. Okay, that gives us a way up. So up here, we're gonna need both iron and coal. There's trees over there. It's new stuff we haven't seen. Conveyor splitter. Looks good. Now we've got to get coal over here. And because it's so important to keep our power plants running, I'm going to take it from one of the other spots, which means I'm going to need another portable miner, which is fine. Look at that arch. It's got some leaves on top. Here's the arch where we found the slugs. That's actually a pretty nice photo spot of this, too. Leaving a bit of room for my portrait. Nice. More iron right there. Guess it's easy enough for us to grab some more if we need it. Equipment workshop. There we go. We can build another portable miner. Production. You can point off this way. Could branch this over there at some point if we needed to, but for now, let's just run it. There we go. Going this way. We certainly can neaten this up later if we want to. I just got an achievement for having built 5 kilometers of conveyor belts. More later, I'm sure. Okay, so... let's put this here. Put in another conveyor lift. And then just use one of those as a stepping stone for the other. And then we can do kind of like we did before. So that's not actually necessary. Thank you for informing me. I've been playing for 4 hours. Let's end this by hooking up our first foundry. That would be really nice. Let's give it a little bit of space. We can make steel ingots with iron ore and coal. And now all we need is a bit of power. And the mine needs it too. That's going to start producing properly. We've already got iron. And now we're creating steel ingots. So let's make sure these can go someplace. Let's just put a splitter here. And set up a container. Just until we have something better to do with them. But there we go. We've got steel. We've got coal power. We've got all that stuff going on back at the base. Let's head back there. Let's avoid this hog. What in the world is he guarding? I think that's a spitter up there too. We don't need to tangle with them. Let's see if we may have accumulated enough plates to send up the pod. Did I gather? I did not gather any stuff. Where's my pile? 98. Oh, I bet we can scrounge a couple from somewhere. Such as this conveyor belt. 1. And 2. Beautiful. All right, this is a nice finish.
Milestone reached. The Xeno Basher is a direct upgrade from the Xeno Zapper. In the words of the engineer that first developed this tool, quote, "The Zapper kind of electrocutes things, the Basher straight up smacks stuff, while also electrocuting them," unquote. It is beneficial during encounters with aggressive fauna, and has been tested thoroughly. The engineer's noble sacrifice for Xeno research will not be forgotten, whoever they were.
We've tested this on Gromit, haven't we, lad? Mournful nod. Oh, goodness. Alright, and then vehicular transport. We can't put stuff in until the pod comes back, so we'll just queue it up. And let's go admire things from one of our perches, shall we? I feel like that's something we should do every once in a while. Let's just kind of sit and admire our factory. Sometimes I don't feel like I can do that when I'm streaming. There we go. Proper spaghetti. Got our iron. We've got screws going every which way. Things kind of increasing in complexity as they go this way. Smart plating is heading off that way. We've almost accumulated 300 of those. And we've got, you can see our steel area way off in the distance there. I could take a bunch of photos and stitch them into a full panorama. It is kind of telling that you can kind of see most of our new stuff kind of in a sweeping arc off that way, though it's kind of misty in the distance. Let's see if we can get any better view. It's more of a distance shot than I want, but maybe I'll wander around and look. I'll make sure to make a manual save. Oh, hello, pod. It has returned. So next time we can start making even more stuff with steel, including some of this other stuff that we need to send up in Phase 2. We still need 1,000 of those new frameworks. So for now, we'll just save this. Game saved. And let's head to the outro. So, thank you all so much for joining me this week. This coming week should be back to my normal schedule, so Slipstream Rogue Space on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights, 9 p.m.-ish. Not sure what player patterns have done since the contest, so we'll see how that works out and when we can do the more challenging stuff once players come online. Yes, have a good night, Reliable Battles, and then next Sunday, 2 p.m. Pacific, will be more Satisfactory. The next steps with a lot of things. So let's see who's around to raid. Let's see. Plenty of people playing Satisfactory. I'm sure most of them are going to be farther along than I am, just because of how my schedule goes. Let's see what friends are around. Oh, Avak is online. Let's go say hello. If you like chill streamers who like a lot of strategy and simulation stuff, he is a good one to watch and a huge inspiration for my getting started streaming in the first place. So let's go say hi, and I will see you all next week for whatever you decide to join me for. Thank you so much for joining me today, and I'll see you next time.